Are we back? Can you guys hear me? My computer didn't crash now. It actually turned on. I didn't even realize that it was here. You know what I think the I don't even know how to even describe it. Thank you very much, buddy. It's the like super chat type thing. They still haven't got that integrated as well with Stream Elements. Thank you very much, buddy. But no, it was just an instant crash. My PC stayed on the entire time. Honestly, I'm happy it crashed tonight compared to yesterday. Wait, compared to tomorrow, yes. Not yesterday. That would make sense. At all. Hey, Blood. I don't know if I want crit or if I want verse. I guess I maybe prefer crit for right now. Project Faith, the 18-month Twitch Prime as well, man. Do I want haste? Do I want verse? Yes, I do. Couldn't say between those two. Right now, Feral is better, I think. Overall, more comps, more strike, but that can all and probably will realistically change. But could all change. In shuffle, yeah. No, I mean right now, I would say the advantage goes to Feral, but that can again super easily change. Unless Ferals have a second build that's good, which it might, for all I know. People are mostly just one-tapping with the one-tap build, but very possible that something changes. All right, we had 2 embellishes now. Quite an interesting mix of gear. We've still got a good amount of everything. Playing with about 10% more damage than last game. Give me one second, I'm having my food really quick. Sorry, back. I'm sorry, Shino, buddy. Hopefully it'll be fun though. Gear-wise, more mastery, but still a lot of haste, I think. And my PC didn't die or anything, but the stream, my internet died for 5-10 minutes.
Turns to ice. Close your eyes, forget my black clouds cry as atoms collide. Death eats life, creep inside. I know you've done all you can to change me for yourself. Blistering skin that shines, I climb out to find myself by myself. Please just hold on, soon we'll all be singing.
Um, you definitely have Blit without it. It's still buffed in PvP by 75%. It actually says on the tooltip now. I think in PvP it shows it that it does more damage without killing machine. For runes, I'm using this. Yeah, I think it would be actually very, very nice for us to have. I think an AMS actually is kind of important for allowing it to play more comps, because right now it's hard to, basically every comp you're going to play will have the penalty of not having Mortal Strike, the exciting ones, right? That's difficult. Mortal Strike is so powerful. Either give it to Frost or give it to more of the kind of like optional caster specs, I suppose. Well, and Holly doesn't really have Immortal Strike. Not really. And it's not nearly as like high uptime. The ratio of, and you can look at that, like healing, you do look at healing done to healing absorbed from healers, and it's not even close. Like it's like a 5% MS or something like that. Other class, I mean, like for mages don't, Shadow Priests don't really. I mean, they kind of do. AMSL for us would be interesting though. Very interesting. They're... We and they are dipping, yeah. That is incredibly unfortunate for them. Holy fuck. Babe, doing the 42-month resub, man. It's weird how much pad there is there from Mr. Death Knight. Oh, I guess we have Demo-like pads. Did the Demo do top down? What the fuck? What's good, Fao? Oh, that sucks, man. His like grip root thing destroys me. It's like a root and a group at the same time. Actually, like, means I have to go next go in 20. The fuck, man? I didn't get to actually use my cooldowns at all. Oh, we're very dead, huh? Maybe? Holy fuck, we like barely snuck it. Actually got, like, we got swapping camera on the monk and then we just killed the decan instead. Oh, he's in the fair off that too. That's kind of crazy. Trouble for a long time though. Well, Lock can go 5 have. I think I like my breakdown more as I mean, one mil blitz is nice for sure. Got a decent target back here. Made a long time to attack him too. This will stun their stun. Accidentally. He's playing out of port range for a long time now. He might struggle for his port now, maybe. Dead. Alright. Not too bad. We learned a little bit. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm gonna requeue. I'm gonna try dual. I'll do one more game of this and I'll do dual after that.
destroyed the land, there was one spark of hope left for all of mankind.
Yeah, I'm lost and numb, cold to the touch. I pretend like I don't remember your name. Every masterpiece turns to blasphemy. When I close my eyes, yeah, I still see your face. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire that started from the spark. I was fishing just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world.
There was an update today. Sorry, I'm back, guys. There was an update today, and it just had like 2 hot fixes. One was a buff to Frost. I don't know how I feel about this version though. Let's have a look at that breakdown in some of those rounds and see. I mean, basically the thing we're seeing here is like a blitz doing down, but nothing else is. And our breakdown, I think, on the other character was much more weighted towards like kind of everything. Like when you're playing two-hand, you're not playing like you're not getting value on Shattering Blade, really. You're missing out on modifier and all of your other damage, and you're funneling it into obliterates. So I feel like I'm not terribly surprised that I feel like it's worse. However, gold. Bro, you have so many strength mods, it's crazy. I definitely think I'm gonna craft weapon. Let's get a doesn't repop, which is fine. I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, no blood, not for PvP, but I mean, I haven't tested any tank stuff in PvP, and I don't think I intend to at this stage. I'd be pretty happy if they weren't good. From what I understand, in PvE, everything's good. Do you dual wield in PvE as DK? I assume you do, right? The way that your ability to scale with 2 manas is just different. Makes it difficult in terms of PvP on how you want to gear. Because, yeah, I'm actually not sure how you do it. I kind of feel like, personally, I'm going to prefer dual wield as well. I don't know if there are situations I want Shattered Frost too. Long Winter also feels really impactful with what we're doing here. And enduring strength, honestly, you want crit too. It's hard to say how you really want to build this. There's almost no flexibility in my talents at all. I think you need talents as well. Could go perma for Rust. Basically, there's a path that skips these two talents in favor of being tanky. It's like, instead of those two, talents is fairly important. But I guess if it doesn't stack up in PvP all the time. It's hard to actually get value from too. Unholy gets value from Enfeeble. Oh wait, we don't need cleaving strikes, do we? Maybe we do. There are some options. I should cook a little bit and see if I can play with that. We're doing big cleave. That fail really fucking sucks, man, to be honest. Puts Froststrike way closer because you're actually in the value of and Shattering's still a lot. Certainly I'd help him live, but running out of time for him. Kind of old at the does feel like one of these healers is doing better than the other. No, maybe not. Actually, look at this guy. This guy did way more healing. Oh, he's holy. Oh, okay, never mind. Yep. Doesn't make sense. Oh, okay. I did more damage. Yeah. Fortunately, I'm having all 3 rounds with the Holy Priest first. Exploded. Even Remorse did decent damage for one cast. The buff to that's pretty major. How much mastery got? We finished top damage in the lobby, but do we learn anything? Not really, right? Blood is still my top down by a mile. DK Orc, maybe. QBs and craft to get for Arena. Same as before, you'll be crafting every 2 weeks. Show who it's on? No, don't think so. What slots? But I haven't fully decided yet. I have to look at my different. I'll go off of get like different. I'll figure it out pretty quick. But last time I wasn't. Like I'm not sure how. Like I can't see the bloody token get right now. To know what bloody token get you can get. To know what BO you'd want to craft. There are lots of moving pieces with that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't seen what kind of boots you get. Boots if I want to craft mastery, but I'm not entirely sure what my stats will be yet. On here, for unholy, it's felt like full haste is really good. For frost, I do think going mastery, like a mix of mastery. I think my first couple shuffles were full haste, but it didn't feel like it had the punch it needed.
30%.
It pushed all your damage into a blit. Which, you know, if you want to do it like a kind of similar thing to what you did like in yeah, I had a 1 millet blit. Check them out, buddy. Chains of Isis damage? Not quite. Well, actually, for him it does. That's for one of your pets. It looks like it does. Yeah, like 11k or something. So it doesn't actually show in the thing, but yeah.
System stable.
We're currently messing around on Frost. Considering it got kind of buffed. It's been fun so far. You could probably play Chillstreak in this build, maybe some of the time. I mean, Rite of Frost definitely feels good, I think. Not necessarily like S-tier good, but like good. What speaker leveling is? I do not know on that one. It's kind of, I don't think it matters. I think you can level as anything. I'm just trying Rita because they buffed it.
No man could hope for peace in these dusty wastelands. As they stood on the horizon.
There, we're double queued now. Yeah, basically, if you look at your breakdown, you just see it's not a huge change, but like Undeath now scales with Mastery, and if you have good procs, which I did in this case, I guess. You can find a better like version of it. Trollbane's Icy Fury, which was actually 7.4% my damage, scales with Master now, and so does Undeath. I think Disc is really good, yeah. Twitch drops I think are on the official release, so like 26th or so. So like 4 days, 3 days. Which is best? I mean, it's hard to say. I'm not completely sure. Probably depends on what you're against. But I'm trying to figure out what situation I prefer over Deathbringer. Right now, if you get good cleave, it works pretty well. And it's got 10 disease damage as well, and 10 frost strike damage, I think, as well. It's pretty good. Which DH one? DH, my DH ones? Do I have it on this character? I'm not called it. This is loaded on this character too. This could be another character. Oh, yeah. Sorry, though.
we take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold. That's what this waiting gold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel. I want something I can hold. That's what this waiting gold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel alive. And I want something I can hold. That's what this waiting gold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel.
All right, sorry, we're back. I mean, we're kind of like, we got into a game apparently and it didn't work, but I might do a tier list tonight actually. I think it could be about time, right? I think I have like a good amount of information, but it's gonna have a. It doesn't even. I'm probably not even that biased anymore. I think originally I was very biased, and yeah, I was definitely insanely biased to begin with. Like my bias was towards like melee because I only played melee stuff to start with, but I actually forced myself to play like mostly range stuff recently to give me like a more grounded perspective on things. This is a bit angry. It's called Thrones of Blood by Sullivan King. It's probably a bit too angry for me. Chaos Watch for Adams. Yeah, that's a good idea. I should update that too. Make sure you update everything before tomorrow just in case stuff breaks. I'll download it myself on this PC. I think you want to avoid. I think you ideally want to avoid Overwolf as well. After next shuffle, I'll do a tail list. Do you need consumes though? I feel like the majority of your bottleneck is going to be just random, like flying around and other things. Do you? I don't know, man. I will plan. I mean, I plan to level everything. Yeah. I just don't know how important it is. Take every advantage. Yeah. I don't see why I like that. Double pop. I think I'm frost testing them. Are they learning war mode? Probably not. My goal tomorrow is not speed. My goal tomorrow is to experience the expansion. I don't actually care that much about how quickly I do it. Yeah, if you're for which spec? For Frost? I'm playing these talents. There are a few things you could cook as Frost though. Like technically, so they made a change so cleaving strikes. I'm pretty sure baseline. I'm pretty sure D&D gives you one target cleave. Right? Is it only? Does it work that way? Do you get one target cleave no matter what? Or is it just always two target? So you always get one target. I mean, for 2 talent points, you could do some stuff. I'm not sure if it's super interesting what you do with that. Let's see. What can we do?
Feel the thunder, shake the open ground. Won't give in, I'm fighting for the
Flying to say permafrost, but
heavy clouds are way above my head.
Gloomwood also seems pretty good.
My regrets and things
Permafrost is kind of more immediate though. It doesn't. Wait. What? It didn't. Bro, this is a scam. They fucking scammed us. It's the same shit. The only difference is that you get it when you leave for 4 seconds. That's it. I mean, if that's true, it doesn't say that. The tooltip says 2. Always. I mean, I guess we can kind of see somehow, but 2 additional means is 3, right? You mean it just looks like they changed it. I don't think you make Frostray have 5 targets, but I feel like if you're hitting 3 targets, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I'm completely fine with that. I feel like I would way if it was just like when leaving D&D you retain its bonus effects for 4 seconds, I would way rather have 3% leech and probably permafrost, but really there's a lot of flexibility there, like situational flexibility, because now I can play Cold Thirst much more easily. Now I can play Gloom Wall much more easily. Now I can play like it's two extra talent points that are entirely flexible. Very fucking useful. How does March of Darkness work when you play Rider? Do I go crazy fast? Or we got the speed per hour? Oh shit, does it actually? It does, man. It works. So basically, if you play March of Darkness, you have the unnerfed version of Horse. It'll go faster than 200%. Not per, I mean, every horse will have 3 seconds of like extra speed. It's not the whole time, but you just, you know, they nerfed that horse talent because it was considered too much to 80%, and this puts it to, above that. But I still would test out permafrost first. Blood draw? Blood draw is OP. Don't drop blood draw. Trust me. That talent is not coded correctly. Let's just say that. Don't drop blood draw, no matter what. That talent is mandatory. If you wanna know what I mean by that, spec it, make a weak aura that tracks when it procs, and you will find out something interesting. It says it has a 2-minute cooldown, but it does not. I think the 2-minute cooldown is only on the actual damage effect. The rest of it seems to be proccing more often. Cleaving Strikes doesn't seem to have any. The only thing that it looks like Cleaving Strikes doesn't. I mean, I can test it on the bigger dummies over here, but you still cleave with cleaving. Like, you still have baseline cleave on Obliterate. It still says it's 2 targets. It just doesn't follow you. I guess we haven't got 4 dummies anywhere. But nah, as in Holy, I picked a bunch of tank stuff by dropping Proliferating Chill and Talons, and I just took a different path. You take a different path through to the bottom end of the tree, so it gave you the ability to play like as Unholy, you just played Enfeeble as well, which is pretty good. Not as good as Frost, obviously. I think I also got Blood Scent. Blood Scent, not a crazy talent, but I don't have leveling, so I don't think you'll have any trouble leveling no matter what you play. No matter what you do. Really. Keep in mind that leveling is like tuned in such a way that you can level with like super into good and be fine.
Feel the thunder, shake the open ground. Won't give in, I'm fighting for the crown. Heavy clouds are way above my head, like all of my regrets and things I never said. Now, got a feeling, shiver
My probably level is Unholy with Rida, but I think Frost Rida sounds good too.
but nobody knows. Angels rage, they come down from the sky to face these broken wings and show me how to fly. I burn the sky. I see the fire in your eyes. And I feel like I could spread my wings and fly. Take it in and breathe the light. Lead me when I lose my sight. Finally we're seeing paradise. There's no need to roll the dice. You're the devil's
Alright.
sacrifice.
Let's see something.
The door to steal the throne. Spread my wings and fly. I burn the sky. I see the fire in your eyes.
It's not working.
Feel like I could spread my wings and fly. Take it in and galvanize. Spread the
I mean, I just hope that it doesn't require dual wield. That's one of the tough things to figure out tonight. Is like, do I if I was to play Frost, if I thought Frost was good in the calm, like, is there a way to do it and play Unholy? Or do you have to actually have a Death Knight for each? I don't know if I would pick the, I wouldn't. You don't need to make a choice like that. You hopefully have time to play both. But there's plenty of time. I'm hype. I'm very excited for the expansion. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Is it 11.5 hours now? What the fuck, man? So soon. I'll have a decent sleep today. But, you know, not that I expect to do 24 hours or anything, but do like a decent stream. We'll level a character.
Industrial strange and any chemical. We're taking approaches to undo it all. The narrative pushed is always safe and sound. They're feeding us lies and we just choke it down.
Yeah, we may have finally got a queue, hopefully. All right, this is some pretty small changes. See what we can do. Why are there 3 warlocks in this lobby, man? What? It's one matchup. It's just double lock against me every time. So there's actually some good news. I'm just gonna spam shell because why not? Stun them up by a pillar. And now we're rampaging, man. Kind of rampaging. Kind of also... Hey! We're running from me here, man? I'm like... mid-rampage. Playing short shell, so I can't spam shell. But I still will. The good news is that we actually have another shell as soon as we proc a horse. Come on, horseman. It's going to be a good there it is. Thank you, Mr. Horseman. All right, my actual rampage, like 100% real rampage, is on its way in 14 seconds. I'm gonna zone here. It's gonna hurt though. Got iron back. It should be enough. We've got shell as well if we need it. Probably need it, being real. Maybe not. All right, actual rampage. Delayed by ultimate penitence. Penitence? Mr. Penitence? Triple? And... God damn it, man. No. No! Absolutely not, man. No fucking way we doing that shit. My rampage is technically over at this point. Maybe. Uh-oh. No, Mr. Warlock! Save yourself. Oh my god. I will save myself too, man. Hold on. Quick spellbook. Still haven't bound that. For some reason. No, man, we're coming back. Alright, our final rampage. Alright, we should speak short shell. This is a weird one because, like, technically attacking the Warlock, it stops more. So the Affliction Lock is less tanky, but attacking the Destro, I can slow down more. I feel like Destros hate to be trained. So it's like one dies and one gets stopped. Warlock trinket's the first thing that hits him. Ports. That's what we need. That's how rampages always start, man. With port. And a missed kick. Triple? I don't mind being clowned. I'm gonna try and stun her. I'm trying to stay close. Mr. Druid. Hold on, man. I can't trinket it. Still very injured here. No, I'm rooting on my horse, man. Come back. Now I'm on my actual horse, man. All right, here we go. Don't die for a second, please. That would be very rude. Wait. 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 Keep waiting. Apparently, just don't. Yeah. We gotta wait for a while here because I'm not really making much progress. Wait, we actually have the realest of all rampages available. Potentially. Shit. I don't think I can save myself. I can't chase him anymore back there either. I'm sort of with you on this one, but I also feel like in order to win the game, I guess he can't get past the guy in mid. The demo in mid. I just didn't feel like he could. Zerv is super hard for me to kill as a spec. You can't really kill it with, only Ryan procs kill it from range. Otherwise you're AFK. I guess I could coil it or something and try and have that do the work. Yeah, it literally hits for 0. Triple? Now we swap, no wall. Let's see the restun. Oh, it might die. I'm trying to play closest a little bit here. I did 10% of its health. It's just immune to the actual main hit. I have another one to kill, man. No. Huh. I mean, F damage is really crazy. All right, kill both of them. So we can live here, I think. Yeah, do a shell to shell and die through. That was through 2 shells. That's frustrating top damage. Nice, feels like I had a bad game with like getting controlled on that go. Yeah, I guess Locke's kite a bit. We're getting kited and all of that goes, it looks like. Like in every single round. Frost Strike is just doing so much. What the fuck? Some actually kind of big hits in there though. Looks like we're getting on Mel's. Is anyone the best healer is Mythic Plus? Oh, what the meta one is? It feels like 2-man, but I'm not completely sure.
All the light that we consume, the neon signs of falling moon, electric yellow and maroon. It penetrates and makes us swoon. Colors grow and come alive into our veins, into our lives. Millions marching in disguise. In the city of sin, it's no surprise.
Make some tailless. Now that beta's almost over, we had a little while to talk about things. I assume I queue on pop for a while. Bro, there are a lot of melee specs.
Electric yellow and maroon. It penetrates and makes us swoon. Colors grow and come alive into our veins, into our eyes. Millions marching in disguise.
I guess, is BM a melee spec? It's not a melee spec, but like, does it count as... Would you, like, I want to do like melee, then casters, then heals, I think. Just have 3 different graphics. Not sure they fit under. Yeah, it's pretty melee and then ranged. makes more sense. Is that all the melee specs? That's all the melee specs, I think. The same thing with caster specs. You just pull from that. I think that's all the range specs, right? BM. Do you see any melee specs missing on this one? I think not. Arcane's on. Where is Arcane? Oh, yeah. That's all healers. I think. No. Rest of Sean. Brian doing tanks, man. I have no clue about tanks. I have not seen any tanks queue on beta, and I'm very grateful. Yeah, we're gonna do a tail list. I mean, it's not get anything that you haven't seen, I wouldn't think. All right, so this is going to be a tail list for, I don't know, well, within probably mostly shuffle stuff. We're basing it on probably like over 1,000 games, like rounds at least, of shuffle on beta. So we've got a good amount of grounding. But there's a bit of a bias though with my stuff. I played a lot of melee specs. I've mostly played melee specs on here. I've got maybe 600 rounds of like shaman and hunter to balance that a teeny bit, but mostly melee things. So it's gonna be a little bit skewed. We can do healers first, seeing as they're here. Let's make this a little easier to work with. Okay, healers. Mistweaver is bad, I think. I've seen Fistweaver do okay. Fistweaver is okay into the things it was good into before. So like it's good into like Unholy DK and a few other things. It isn't as powerful, but it still does okay into those types of things. The things you would play before with it. You might see Red Warrior Fist or something again. Or some variant of Warrior Fist anyway. As for Caster Weaver, it's pretty low throughput, I think. Holy Priest is like the next weakest healer. It depends. I think I would say of the healers that need buffs the most, it's between these three. And I want to say Holy's worse, and I think it probably does go something like B, like Holy's a B, Holy Paladin's a B, and Holy Priest is probably a C. Disc is easy S tier. In fact, I think Disc is like, it's weird because a lot of people say that Prez is the best healer on beta, and I kind of agree, except that like while Prez numbers are really high and their damage is really high and they're annoying to CC, it feels like I can win against a Prez. And it feels like against a really good Disc Priest, you literally don't hurt anyone the whole time. It just feels like you're doing nothing at all times. And Disc feels really, really oppressive. There's a certain point at which Priest falls behind in dampening. But when the game goes live, and I know I'm talking about Shuffle here mostly, but like when the game goes live, I definitely see a world where that would take like 8 minutes or 9 minutes of threes to get to that point. So Disc will just deflect everything for a really long time. This is we're talking about Shuffle right now for the most part in this. I haven't got any like opinion on Blitz. I'm sure that Revival is very strong on Blitz still for Mistweaver. I've personally felt, I mean, I guess they can both be like just these two specs need buffs. Paladins are okay, probably also need buffs at some point. Adrude, hey, Adrude's an A, I think it's fine. I don't think it's as strong as it was. I still see a universe where Adrude is like immensely powerful when you play it with like wizards like Frostmage, Shadow Priest, Frostmage Rogue, that type of thing, where you can't like hots on a target and you can't swap easily. There's no cleave, and they're really durable, and then you have like the combination of like Mage Druid where you've got clone, where you've got a whole bunch of a bunch of Druid and Mage CC going off at all times, which sounds very, very good. Yeah, we're just basing on Shuffle. So next we've got Shaman. Shaman, I personally think ought to be, I think it ought to be an S test spec on its own. It's like a little, maybe it's an A. It's better than, I think it's better than Druid overall. It's got a really good kit. So I'm inclined to say that's the play with that. So this is kind of what I'd say for healers for the most part. These two need buffs. I think Priest needs throughput. I'm not sure like whether you'd ever change Mistweaver. You might not. I mean, Disc is extremely powerful. Again, like I said, Disc feels like you are doing nothing at all times. The types of comps you'd probably see with like Disc, I think if you see Cleaves, they'll be with these two. And if you see actually these three, I think it could easily be with Perez, Adrude, and Asham that are your cleave healers. I think your casters could be Druid. I mean, casters can kind of be anything. Yeah, I mean, I feel well, Shaman doesn't feel as comp dependent. Shaman's got a good kit and good throughput, but I feel like they don't have, I mean, they've got some reduction and stuff too. I don't know, Druid, like, I would say Shaman and Disc kind of compete for just like general healers, but the Shaman kit's really good. Evoca actually feels like it has the worst kit. Like, you're exposed for a long, I actually could see a world where, well, Evoca can heal through damp really well. It out damps every healer, right? I definitely see a universe where basically Prez just gets CC'd and just loses in chains. So when you have like these longer, what we expect to be longer games in threes, where, you know, a situation where just Evoca gets CC'd to death. So that's what I got for healers. Again, they're more like C's, I guess, but yeah, they're just below, I think. The gap between A tier and B tier and C tier and D tier I would say these three are way, way below these S and A tier healers, which, by the way, you will have S tier comps of all of those. I don't know if there'll be a single S tier with these other three healers, though, is the main thing. So that's what I got for that. So that's my priest one, or my healing one. This, we'll do melee. I have a better idea of melee stuff, I would say. So for melee, I think it's not actually like direct, like intentionally done this way. Druid is very S tier. Feral's got crazy burst. I think it's the burstiest spec in the game right now. They hit the hardest, and there's a few reasons for that, and some of them are like pretty easy for them to change. It doesn't seem like have enough on their tier bonus in PvP, so expect them to not be as crazy on release, because from what I can see of looking on Wowhead and stuff, their tier set, it's 15% per stack up to 45% more damage on Ferocious Bite, and they crit Ferocious Bites for like 3 mil plus right now, so they can just two-shot you. Regardless, you know, whether that, you know, outside of that, I'm not sure how strong the spec is, but they have the most burst, and they can just kind of total outside of their one shot. So good kit. They're like, you know, Omega sub rogues, I guess, in that sense. So that's an easiest test for them. Really, it's just broken. I'm not sure how good they'll be after they nerf it, which I'm sure they will. Let's do Arms right next. Arms, I think a lot of things are A tier, and there's probably like a really, for melee, it's probably more like better to go like A-, A+, and then worse specs. I don't think Arms is like ridiculous, but I think Slayer Arms is very good, and there's probably a place for playing Colossus Arms and trying to one-shot with Demolish, but it's decent. Warriors are pretty happy in general, because I think Fury is one of the most overtuned specs in the game as well, but not for the same reason that Feral is. Arms is very tanky, or sorry, Fury is very tanky, has really good like flow of cooldowns, and is fairly disruptive too, and just has them like really high sustain, crazy high sustain, like a really good damage profile. It's basically all funneled into your single target, just tons of damage, really good. Survival Hunters are on the worst side. I don't know if I would say they're the worst. So I would say that, like, for me, the specs that need buffs are like C and below. C and D both need buffs, and I would put in that category, coincidentally, these 3 specs. I would say those 3 specs need changes. Survival, apparently its damage profile is really bad. It doesn't have control over its burst, but it has procs that can make it do good damage. That's not a good place to be in, right? If you're just basically spamming bombs and waiting to try and hurt someone, that's not ideal. So I'd probably say they need some change to that profile, at least from what I've been told. Ret Paladins are like they're not terrible. There's a situation where Ret Paladins are good, right? There's actually a situation where Ret Paladins are good, and it's when you've got good cleave. So I played a decent amount of Ret. The problem with Ret Paladin is that you've got a whole bunch of nerfs holding you back from last expansion, which made sense last expansion because you were one-shotting, right? But Ret Paladins can't really crit they can't crit a Final Verdict for more than like 600k, 700k. They just aren't spiky with their damage. And wings are still nerfed by half. But unfortunately, both of your hero talents are triggered by either wings or Avenging Wrath, which actually forces you to play a talent that makes your your Wake of Ashes makes your Wake of Ashes trigger wings, and that forces you not to play Crusade, which forces you to deal with very nerfed wings, which is very unfortunate. So if they change wings on Paladin and maybe a small buff to Divines or to Final Verdicts, I think Paladins could actually be really good in the end. But as it stands right now, the only situation that Paladin is actually like not C tier, and they're actually like one of the better, it's really more like a B tier. The only situation they're actually good right now is if they can play a Divine Storm build, which literally spams Divine Storm as its main ability. So short of that, I don't think Ret Paladin is good at the moment. else going up? Windwalker? I don't think Windwalker's crazy, but I think it's in a similar spot to Arms. I think there probably is a situation where Windwalker's actually good, but the issue I have with Windwalker, having played against, I haven't played it. Thunder thing with the 25 gifted subs, man. What the fuck? Thank you very much, buddy. That's insanely kind of you. What do you mean? Thank you so much, Thunder, man. Literally gives 25 subs out of nowhere. What an actual legend, man. Thank you very much, buddy. I gotta wait for those to pass, man. What the fuck? 25 gifted subs. Hope you guys are enjoying the like wait to have the expansion come out. I'll be streaming until like 9 or so today. Thank you very much, Thunderman. It's a good intro, man. It's the best intro. That is incredible. And you're also top on the week. If you're I can log on my Fury after this. Thank you so much, Thunder. What an actual legend, man. 25 gifted subs. I love you, buddy. We'll go through Frost in a bit too, but that is so fucking amazing, buddy. What are you leveling first, Thunder? Best 3 comps for DK and Holy / Frost and War Within. I think so. Frost, I'm not sure on. Frost is a difficult one. Frost suffers from issues like Windwalker. I don't personally think we're in a cleave meta, and I don't think there were that. Maybe Windwalker DK with Frost. Like Windwalker actually does ironically need Frost stuns, so Windwalker Death Knight Frost actually could be a comp, and it could be somewhat intentional to like have that. I don't know, but I don't see it as being crazy. Regardless. You basically need a melee spec that doesn't trip on like it feels really bad to play a comp where your teammates stun when you want to stun. So Kidney Shot doesn't make as much sense with Frost, for example. Like Frost wants to do its own go. So I would say Frost has trouble with comps, and Holy's gonna play with Rogue, I think. Probably with Fury, although I don't think Fury's very good with it. It is kind of nice that you can actually play with warriors and give them the shell, and you have your own auto shell type thing. DK Hunter, maybe. When I've played DK Hunter and Shuffle, it hasn't felt that crazy. I think the issue is that Mox doesn't really match the DK profile of damage, either spec. You have to have a spec. Like if you can imagine like the best 3s comps. I don't have the thing to do pen like the pen thing, but basically the best 3s comps have the same damage profile. So like you look at Mage Rogue, the traditional, right, the classic, or Mage or Rogue Moonkin. Same thing. They go 0 to 100 in 1 second. They can be doing no damage, CCing. Oh, we're doing a go, and then they just everything happens. They're both their graphs line up. They both do exactly the exact same thing. Unfortunately, hunters do not like just pump at all times, and I think Unholy does, and that makes it kind of awkward. So like the types of comps you'd want to see with, say, Unholy DK are things like Affliction Lock. Affliction Lock has a very similar damage profile, but then you're missing an MS, which means you're both classes are missing 20% damage, right? 25% damage. That's kind of brutal. I think Fury's going to play things like Fury Mage, Fury Shadow, Fury anything really. Fury plus any caster sounds good at all. And then Cleaves, if you see them, maybe Fury DK. But again, I think you'll get beaten by the Wizards. There aren't that many Cleaves that beat Wizard right now, I don't think. Unless they're vulnerable Wizard comps. But if it's a nice Frost Mage Wizard comp, I don't think you can do much. There might be a situation where you have like kind of a circle of comps. On one side, you've got or like a cycle, what's kind of a circle, right? You've got like on one hand, wizards that are vulnerable to cleaves. Things like Shadow Priest Mage, or sorry, not Shadow Priest Mage, Shadow Priest Lock, that type of thing. And those, or like Shadow Priest Alley or Warlock Alley, comps that can beat the Frost Mage wizards, right? So you've got like the vulnerable wizards, but that beat other wizards, and then you've got like mage wizards that beat any melee cleave, and then you got melee cleaves that can beat the wizards that counter the mage wizards. So maybe that kind of works, but I'm not sure. I also could see a world where just you have mage rogue, just crush everyone. Thank you so much again, Thunder, for the 25 gifted subs, buddy. All right, so thank you so much again, man. Back to, so we're talking about Windwalker, right? Windwalker's got a problem. It's a melee class that relies on other melee classes. Its kit doesn't make sense. I think the majority of, like, if you play with, like, let's say Windwalker Lock happens, you're still like kind of dependent on your 50-second stun. You kind of need someone else to do half of the work when it comes to stunning things, and you don't have that much control. It's all like really long CD stuff, so it kind of relies on its teammates too heavily to be, you know, you look at like a class like Warrior or Rogue, it's competing with those classes. It doesn't synergize with them as much, but it doesn't have the kit to stand on its own. It needs someone else to do half the work. So for that reason, you might see Windwalker play well with like Frost DK, where the Frost DK actually brings stuns. You might see it play with like Lock again, but again, they wouldn't have much control. So it doesn't fit super well because of that. Like Windwalkers really need their fist stun back. They've needed it for a long time, but that's really its issue. It's good damage. It got a new like mechanic where it knocks people up in the air and they kind of slowly drop down, which I think is interesting. Which stun is it missing? Well, I mean, previously it had a 20. I mean, most melee specs have a short cooldown stun and a long cooldown stun of some type, right? Windwalkers just have sweep. Like, you know, Warriors have Shockwave and Stormbolt. DHs have Chaos Nova and Fell Eruption. Rogues have Cheap Shot and another Cheap Shot and Kidney Shot. That type of thing. The other specs that compete with it have additional control. Even like Feral Druid has the ability to stun and restun. I didn't talk about Enhancement Shaman either. Enhance, it doesn't, anytime I play with an Enhance so far, it doesn't feel like they do anything. I don't know if they have much definition for what that spec does. Apparently it's really good in PvE. I don't know whether people are, like, whether it's a spec people are sandbagging on and people just I haven't seen, like, I haven't been in a lobby with Soul, admittedly, to kind of see kind of what people are doing with it. But the issue that Enhance has always had is Ellie, right? Like, how do you differentiate these two specs? Because it plays, obviously in PvE you can differentiate the two, but it plays with the same exact utility, right? There's no differentiation in terms of what it brings in terms of stuns, mortal strikes. It literally is just a melee flavor of the same kit that Ellie has. But Ellie can do that from ranged while running away from people, and Enhance can't. So, and they even gave one of the best, like the most potent aspects to Ellie Shamans, right? Ellie Shamans can now lust their team. So I don't really know what the value is at this stage. I'm sure it's there somewhere, but I'm not sure what it is. Anyway, next, rogues. I need more information on rogues. I have seen sub rogues crush, like really crush, and I feel like their CC is still overwhelming, and they're incredible. But I need more information on them. I have seen sub rogues crush with CC. I have, and just completely dominate lobbies. I have seen Asa rogues completely dominate with damage, like completely dominate. I like really I have a feeling this is the case. I really do feel like I'm pretty certain that Outlaw isn't as good. Like Outlaw probably is like down here, realistically, but these other two specs are either S tier or A tier, and I have a feeling they're S tier, and I have a feeling they're S tier because, not in shuffle necessarily, but I have a feeling they're S. I'll put them down here because it's not, we're talking about shuffle, and I think for the most part in shuffle, you're not going to see, like I wouldn't expect if I was, you know, if I was making a rogue, that people would just crush as rogues in shuffle. But I think that the best rogues will dominate lobbies super hard. Like good sub in threes is going to, that is a entirely different thing. I'm almost positive that rogue is S plus tier broken because of its CC still and its mechanics. And probably it extends to all three specs. I've seen Asa Rogue completely dominate lobbies. I've seen Sub Rogue completely dominate lobbies. And I think that the meta is going to be a lot of wizards. And I think that rogues are the best and most obvious counter to everything. That's what I think. I think this will counter the whole meta. But I'll put it A plus because I don't think it's the case in shuffle. In shuffle, it probably doesn't crush everything unless you're an insane rogue. But I have a feeling that these two specs are like really, they're like almost their own thing. And we just need more data. They just have things that other classes don't have. As for Frosty K's, I think Frosty K is, I don't know. Is it A minus or A plus? It's not S tier. It doesn't like have the kind of like, it's much harder to force a lobby to kind of conform to what you're doing. It's drastically improved over what it was. And both specs feel fun, but I don't know where I would put it out of these two. It could be either of them. It probably, on average, it wouldn't on average crush a lobby. So I would say it's probably an A minus type thing. Similar to these specs, you aren't going to see these specs. And based on all the beta games, I would say these 4 specs didn't crush lobbies as hard. I think Unholy actually is crushed by all the other S tier specs, which is kind of interesting. I actually think when you're in a lobby with a Feral, it feels really awful as an Unholy DK. But Unholy definitely does very well into certain caster lobbies. You'll see if you aren't playing one of these two specs, you're probably gonna get bullied by an Unholy DK. Is how I see it. That's how it tends to go. I think. Wait, why is? How did Ellie get on my list for melee specs? I think Unholy counts as S though, and I think, I don't know. Do I like the way this looks? I mean, I have split them up, so it's really just like A tier. But I would say that rogues are probably very close to S, and I would say that, yeah, I like this actually. You're much less likely to get dominated by a DH in lobbies right now, and you're much less likely to get dominated. Like you're mostly gonna see lobbies control like 6-0'd by these 3 specs. That's what I think. I did not see those games. I could see it being good though. And then, so that's what I got for melee. And I would say these 3 need changes, and these picks in the A tier are fine. I wouldn't say you need to nerf these. I do think you need to nerf Feral's one shot, and probably some of Fury stuff. I don't know how well Unholy will respond to nerfs, but we'll see. It was painful, as in they were losing every game. Yeah, I don't think DHTK is crazy good. They're probably trying to figure everything out. All right, casters. So for casters, this is where I'm biased. I guess I'm happy with the fact that I'm doing it this way. Let's talk about Moonkin first, because I think this is the most contentious, and I feel like people are going to disagree with my thought process on Moonkin the most. So basically, there is a build that Moonkins have that is drastically different to every other build of Moonkin. So basically, the build, I don't play a Moonkin, so I don't exactly know how it works. But one of the you can always tell, and you can look for this in your details. They have like 3 million Starfires, and it's only during Incarn. And every time a Moonkin has played that in a lobby that I have been in, the Moonkin has always gone 5-1 or 6-0 every time, 100% of the time. I've been in other lobbies where Moonkins play other builds, and Moonkins lose horribly. So my inclination is to say that with that one build, that Moonkins are broken. And the Moonkins are S tier. And I think that in threes, especially if it's slower, it's the perfect damage profile to finish a game every 2 minutes. But I think Moonkins outside of that build are complete trash. So everyone else has put Moonkin at like A tier or B tier or whatever. I see Moonkins lose every lobby unless they play that one build, and if they play that build, they win every lobby against me. So my experience is 4 different Moonkins, all 6-0ing basically their lobbies. That's what I have seen. So if Moonkins all adapt to that, which they have not done yet, then I think Moonkin is broken. Especially in caster comps and threes. But it also in shuffles, they just run around in circles until I one-shot. Like they are like those, when those lobbies happened, I was like, I thought they were all hiding it or something. I think a lot of Moonkins just don't know about it, it seems. But it's always very easy to tell because their Starfires go for 2.5, 3 mil, and they just do 2 of them back to back and one-shot someone on Incarn. It's pretty great. So that's possibly contentious, and I actually think the spec doesn't exist outside of that one-shot, so it still feels tanky. It still is Cyclone. But that's where I see that right now. Affliction is S tier. It has one of the craziest damage profiles I've seen. They basically gave it like a perfect like Cataclysm, or yeah, like Catawalk style. Like maybe I'm not even sure what expansion it is. It's kind of the best profile I've seen for it. They have instant Shadow Bolts for 1 mil plus 1.6 mil up to 1.6 mil. Like Haunt is crazy. Their dot pressure is still really good. Their AoE pressure is good. They've got like the ability to do lots of single target. They are wild. What they've done to Affliction is incredible. And in threes, they're just going to healers, I think. I would be very surprised if Affliction isn't the craziest spec right now for casters. And just because of the way that it's been built. I don't think I would put Destro as A tier, but Destro's not terrible. It has, they kind of like changed. It was crazy S tier at the start of beta. By the end of beta, without the one shots they had, it's just a high sustain spec. I think Chaos Sport could probably use a little buff at this point with the way things have changed. I want to say Demo is a little bit worse, but I'm not entirely sure if Demo's C tier exactly. It's not a bad wizard spec at all. It has lots of synergy, especially with other wizard specs too, and it's tanky. So I don't know. I think it's probably unfair. Yeah, I spent a little time talking about Moonkin. There's just a build that no one's been testing on beta for whatever reason that just feels really, really powerful. Very few people have been testing it. Even like really well-known Moonkins aren't testing it for some reason. But when I have played against, my experiences when the Moonkins play it, I mean, I'm just not sure if Moonkins are playing the build that actually does it. I want to say Shadow Priest is A, but it's really very close to S. It gets cleaved by melee, which is a big problem in Shuffle. But I think it's really, really crazy good in threes. What the fuck, man? And also 57 gifted subs! 50 fucking 7 of them! What do you mean? Bro, what the fuck? Under 25 gifted subs, Anonymous with 50 fucking 7. That is literally fucking spamming the man. Bro, I see it sub fail. Thank you so much, Anonymous. What the fuck? We're at, I don't know what that puts. Does that put us at 1600? I think it puts us at 1600. What the actual fuck, man? You know what? I just got gifted 57 subs, man. I'm doing a tail list as we go, but we're we're in no rush. We're literally in no rush. There's 57 fucking subs going on. Thank you so much. That is, whoever that is, I fucking love you. I love you times 57 at the very least, but more like 1,000, man. That is insane. Boomkin Esto? Look, okay, I want to talk about that a lot because I think everyone, and I think that's the most contentious thing I'll ever put on my things. My experience is this, right? Just very, very plainly, every shuffle I have personally played in against a Moonkin that uses the Starfire build that makes it hit for 2.5 mil, 6 O's in every lobby I've been in, or 5 1s. I think the worst I've seen is a 5-1. It's that simple. So I can never put them any lower than that because I've only lost to them when they play it. That being said, I played Corky, who's an incredibly good Moonkin, yesterday, and he went 2 and 4 into my Hunter playing a different build. Right? I looked at his breakdown afterwards and I couldn't see a Starfire for more than 600k. No, we got Feral over here at S-tier. Feral is S-tier for melee. How could we not? You can level after tomorrow, yeah. But yeah, that's the main thing is the situation where I just lose to that Moonkin spec on any class I've played. I've lost to it on ranged and melee. They just can't die. They turtle and they one shot. I showed it some respect. What hero talent? I don't know the build very well. It's really easy to know what they're playing though. It's super easy to know what build they're playing when they play it, because you just look at their damage breakdown and Starfire goes for over, like it's guaranteed to have like 1.5 million hits. If you see, and the funny thing is I'll still see Starfire be people's top damage, but like the biggest hit will be 600k. I don't know how the spec works other than the fact that when it happened, and I was like, maybe they got lucky, but each time I've played against it, they go 6-0 with it. I probably didn't expect it. I honestly just figured that it would become common knowledge. I kind of figured that when people played it and tested it, because I've seen a couple of different druids do it, that they would keep spamming it. It feels to me like the Ret Paladins of, I feel like that is the secret Ret Paladin spec of Shadowlands. So in Shadowlands, I would play, and I would do tons and tons of beta stuff. And I would every night I'd queue a skirmish and I'd see a Ret Paladin never like, oh fuck, what you know, he'd show up for one game. He would Wings, Divine Toll, Final Reckoning, and then I would not see him again until the next day, well, for one game, and then he was gone. Like he'd show up, test his one shot, log off. But there was so many other crazy one-shot things going on in Shadowlands that I didn't think anything of it, right? Like everyone else was abusing really obvious bugs like trinkets, and this guy was just doing his rotation and one-shotting every time, and I feel like it's the same kind of thing. Like, I don't know how the build works, other than the fact that the Starfires hit substantially harder than other builds that people play. That's all I can say. I'm not a Moonkin. I can just say that when I play against Moonkins playing that build, I lose every time. I think I played against Rudolph playing it. I could be wrong. But yeah, the Druids that play that build seem to drastically win. I'm not entirely, so one thing I'm not sure about is if they get hit, if they need to get hit to make that build work. Maybe they need to get procs. Maybe it's like really good against melee. But I think I did it on, I may have done it as a caster once or twice. This is for shuffle mostly, but also like some speculations on threes and stuff too. Thank you again to Anonymous for 57 gifted subs. And Thunder for 25 gifted subs. There's still like 20... There's still 28 of them to go, by the way. I am insanely fucking lucky. I mean, it's not really mostly threes. It's more shuffle and threes. I've taken, like... It's definitely not BGs at all. Although, ironically, it wouldn't be that different in BGs. Yeah, if you go back... I mean, I'm not sure when I played against one last. Probably like 3 days ago, I played against one. Chuck may have more experience against it than I do too, because I know that he gets to play against the specific Moonkin that was playing it a lot more than I do. But I remember when me and Chuck played that lobby together against it, we were blown away by it. Like it was so powerful. So I think it felt more overwhelming than Mage, which I haven't gotten to yet. But Mage is another spec that feels like mechanically incredibly powerful. Where's Windwalker? So I did a melee list here, and I put Windwalker as like A-, which is really just like A tier. They're good. They're not broken. And then I have kind of these 5 specs that I would say are broken. I'm in a Holy DK. I have a friend who plays Ardruid. You're third. You could try Hunter. You could try Rogue. The problem is when you play an Ardruid comp with like an Ardruid cleave, I just don't know how good Ardruids are at healing cleave right now. And you can't really play it with a Ret Paladin. Maybe add a Rogue ahead and Tech BS. The game revolves around that kind of stuff though. It's really tough, like, you know, I guess in my case, I happen to have like pretty good knowledge on a lot of specs to understand why they're so. Like I actually, we played a bit of Feral and we understand why Feral is OP, right? Feral is driven by a bug right now, but more than it's like a whole bunch of modifiers and then a bug that is their biggest modifier. So I guess the other 2 S tier specs for melee, they are not driven by hidden tech. They just straight up strong in terms of tuning. Like Unholy is very delicate though. Unholy and Feral are both delicate in their own ways, right? So like Unholy, it mechanically is weak. It is held together by the glue that is damage. If it doesn't have OP damage, it is not. It's gonna drop it's not gonna drop from S to A tier. It's gonna drop from S tier to fucking B tier immediately. There is Unholy is either overwhelming or it is dog shit. There is no middle ground because you are not driven by mechanics that make you powerful. You don't have a Mortal Strike like all this. You'll notice about the A- tier, this spec has burst. These other 4 specs bring Mortal Strike. If Unholy doesn't have damage, it's B tier. It doesn't have a chance. About Asa? So Asa is just overwhelming damage and kidney shot. You can't ever stack against Nasarog. Their goal is to try and make you stack by you'll see comps like Affliction Lock Asarog and Frostmage Asarog. And their goal is to get you to stack by going on your healer and making you collapse and peel. And when that happens, you just all get triple cleaved and die. That's their main game plan. Unholy doesn't really have a real MS now. Unholy has a very weak necrotic wounds absorb, healing absorb. It's not close. It's not built around having high uptime, basically, is your issue. Is an EDA broken or really strong? I mean, it depends on which way you look at it, right? I'm going to tell you, first of all, I'm very biased. So you shouldn't listen to me on especially on that. There's certain things you shouldn't listen to on, like the strength of Unholy DK. Yeah. I definitely will sell you a bridge when it comes to Unholy DK. So anyway, if you do want to listen to me, but you shouldn't, I would tell you that it's basically a spec that is heavily reliant on doing overwhelming damage. It's control, you know, like other specs have some sort of control or utility that is very, very powerful. And Unholy hasn't broken free of its damage roll. It's an affliction lock without fair or port. It's forced to play in. It's like a brawling melee class that requires damage to really have any kind of presence whatsoever in arena. So it's like basically built in such a way that it should always be OP in shuffle, because for it to exist in the 3v3 bracket, it has to do 30% more damage than every other melee. It's that simple. That's how the class has been designed. I've played every iteration of Death Knight. Literally every iteration of Death Knight. And the times where it's been good, it has to do like literally 30% more damage than every other spec of melee, or it's just not worth having on. No, I played a lot of stuff before DK, but the times where DK has been good, it literally should have a. I mean, it's like a low mobility melee class that doesn't have a really crazy, but like Unholy's damage profile is actually fairly weak. The strongest classes, like both Feral and Fury, they have no pad in their damage whatsoever. They're super laser focused damage. It's all single target. That Windwalker? Windwalker's had fist stun, man. Windwalker's always had something. But Windwalkers also can run and reset and come back and burst. Unholy DKs don't have mobility. Even the new rider stuff they've given Unholy DKs, that is not mobility. It's like having a paladin horse without freedom. Again, thank you so much, Anonymous, for the 57 gifted subs, man. What the fuck? We're 89 subs today. We're at 1625. I was very wrong. I do not know how to do math at all. I was wrong by 25. How was I wrong by that much? I thought I was extremely wrong. I'm not going to pick an answer for anyone. Could I win ABC? No, I would lose right now. 100%. No way. I would lose to casters. I would lose to casters every time. So back to what we're talking about with wizards. Which wizard we were talking about? So we talked about a little bit about Moonkin. We'll go Ellie. I think Ellie is S tier, but for different reasons to like Affliction, which is also S tier. Ellie is S tier because of its kit, and it has a really good damage profile as well now. It's got a bit of pad still, but Earthshock hits very hard. I actually love what they do with Ellie Shaman. Ellie is a spec that fundamentally does not need to be nerfed at all at this point, but feels great to play. Feels pretty tanky. Yeah, I mean, it's substantially tankier than any melee spec, pretty much. It's pretty strong. What else we got? Mox Hunter. I originally had these as an S-tier range spec. I don't think they're quite tanky enough to be S-tier in retrospect. I think they are strong, but they are with weaknesses still, but not nearly as many as before. They've improved Mox over last expansion a lot. Like, it has a very fun profile that's very bursty with some sustain. They've actually made binding a little more annoying, which is nice. They've got like a good amount of control. They've become a lot tankier. They're still not the tankiest, but they've become a lot tankier because they have double like mini wall now. In addition to potentially playing, if they play Dark Ranger, they have like a heal on that as well. They have a bit of self healing too. What else we got? So I would say they're A tier because they're kind of like Priest. They're gonna have bad lobbies. These other three, they don't care what they play. Like when you play Ellie, for example, you don't care what's in your lobby. But you might not win necessarily, but there's no such thing as a really bad lobby for you. Releases in, I think, 12 hours. No. Releases in 10 hours. Like 11 hours and 15 minutes. No, 10 hours and 15 minutes. All right, we got Mage. Fire is, I think, the weakest caster. I based it on mostly what other people are saying. I played against one Fire Mage, and they did lose pretty hard. But when we say they're bad, it's not basing it on mages sucking. It's actually basing it on what mages are saying, but also like kind of based on the fact that these other two specs of mage are so much better, right? Like, why play test fire when you can play these other two specs? So fire is the weakest mage spec. I don't know if that means it needs buffs. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's actually in a bad place, so we'll see. So I'm basing that actually I'll put it in C tier because I'm basing that primarily on feedback, not on what I've seen myself. Frost is S tier, and Frost is broken, to be honest. Works on the tier 3, 72-month resub. Thank you, Sup, for the 4-month resub as well. Thanks, guys. So, Frost Mage. Let's talk about Frost Mage. Frost Mage has an Ally Shaman damage profile of instant cast. Ice Lance damage usually ends up being like 30 to 40% of its damage. But they do that while spamming slows and being unhittable. I feel like Frost Mage, yeah, it's weird. I just don't see good Frost Mages lose lobbies. You have to watch like Raikou play and see if he's actually had a bad one. But normally I would say Frost Mage versus like Hunter would be a bad matchup for the Frost Mage. But it turns out the Frost Mage can just like turtle AFK and then come out and one-shot you. They have a really, they just have a lot of, it's every 30 seconds, I think is the way their burst works now. They basically have two things from what I understand. I could be wrong. Comet Storm has a 30-second cooldown. And they chain that with like a flurry and ice lances, I believe. And then every minute they've got Comet Storm with Orb, and they chain that with a flurry and lances. And both of those combos are instant cast, from what I understand. So, yeah. Oh, Ice Nova, fuck. Yeah. Yeah, basically, I think that combo, like the way they do their damage is difficult, I think, from a balance standpoint. Mostly because they're doing a lot of considerable amount of cleave and they've got good single target while also running away. Which, yeah, we'll see how that plays out. I mean, it doesn't actually feel much different. Like when I'm playing a melee class, hitting an Arcane Mage or hitting a Frost Mage, they both feel equal. So, we'll see. But I would say that Frost Mage feels like, and this is the bias I've got, right? Because I play a lot of melee specs. Feels like the most oppressive spec, and it feels like one of the specs that only has soft counters, no hard counters. There's no like, I would say that if they had to cast more, they would be hard countered by Hunter really hard. But because they don't, I feel like they can fight pretty well against everything, and they counter certain things. I could see actually that's true. Okay, so you're right. Maybe Sub Rogue or Rogue X and maybe even Rogue Hunter destroys Mage. Rogue Hunter sounds like it'd be pretty miserable for Mage to fight against too, like some casters and stuff. Well, that's the other thing. I'm not advocating for any kind of nerf to their damage. Actually, I actually have no issue with it. Maybe I would prefer them to cast more. My only issue is that, and I think giving them the same like rough damage but having to cast more would be probably a nice way to do it, just because it would feel like melee classes could play. But the most frustrating thing against Mage right now, for me, is them bugging your mobility out. I think Warriors and DHs and Windwalkers all get their mobility bugged by Mage CC. Yeah, Rogue Hunter sounds good. Yeah, having your mobility bugged feels awful. You charge, and at the start of your charge, they proc some sort of an over on you, and the charge goes on CD. You stay in place. You roll, same thing. You fell rush, same thing. You heroic leap, same thing. Being able to have your ability bug against them feels pretty awful. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the same thing can be said of Alley Shaman, right? The only difference is Alley Shaman can't actually continually run. I mean, if they press the button, I'm all for it. If they actually press the root, I'm totally fine with it. If you get Frost Nova midair, that's them outplaying you. But if it's just a random proc, like you just get frostbitten as you press the button, because why not? That's not exactly the same thing, right? Well, I don't know if people are testing. I don't know. Have you played against it, Raikou? The Moonkin build that people play? I don't know if you've seen the crazy Starfire build and if that's good against casters. You've seen it? Because I played against who was it yesterday? I played against Corky yesterday. He was not playing it. So I don't know how many Moonkins know about it. Okay, so people actually are playing it. Okay, good. No one, and the time that I play, I've only seen it 3-4 times, and it's crazy every time. But obviously there's a lot of things that go into those types of things. I mean, maybe Raikou knows it better than I do. I just know that you can always tell whether they're playing the good build or the bad builds. The bad builds have no damage on Starfire, and the good builds have 2.5 million crits on Starfire. Basically. I think Hunt is pretty bad. I don't think BM Hunt is good at all. I would actually go as far as to say it's Dita. Actually, it is really bad. I can't say for sure these two specs are actually bad because I haven't seen Fire Mage get crushed, but I have seen Hunter damage just look pathetic as BM and PvP. So I would say that strongly needs help. I've seen Org do really well. I want to say that there's a possibility that we actually are in an Org meta, and it could be one of the most powerful things to play with as a melee spec, because it's not safe out there against casters. I could definitely see where Org DK is really good, but I think it's probably unfair to put it in S tier without having seen it play a ton. I have seen them crush lobbies though. I think their damage is really high. I think people in PvE, from an end to stand of Mythic Plus and stuff, it's in that same spot where people aren't sure where what role it will fill in the meta. You have a lot of health, but I mean they can do that back to back toolbox though. What do we left? Arcane. Arcane feels pretty good too. Arcane. The problem I have with Arcane, I want to put it at S tier, but it's really more A+. It's not as good as the other specs. It's the very bottom of S tier. But I don't understand some of how they do their damage, because it feels much more I feel like the previous version of Arcane, it was actually very obvious when they were going to burst. I feel like it was very tied to missiles. If there's somebody S-tier, they're really S-tier? I mean, kinda. I guess I would differentiate by saying A+. I think that I mean, it's hard to say. It kind of depends on where the meta goes. Oh, it duplicates their instance. So they barrage, they palm the blast, they missiles and they barrage, or they I know they missiles a single time, they palm blast and barrage then. Yeah, I mean it's hard to say. I guess you could put it at Aether. Yeah, Aether is pretty fair for it. I'm sure Arcane has lots of bad lobbies. Not into Mali probably, but probably better at Aether. It definitely it's just like I have a feeling that right now it's just more fun to play Frost. And I think if they nerf Frost, I bet Arcane crashes. That's what I'm saying. I'm more preempting the fact that when they make an adjustment to Frost, Arcane will do completely fine. Yeah, I can see that. And that's the bias I have, right? Because I've only played 2 range specs, and I've played lots and lots of melee specs. Maybe it actually is beta against caster. It depends which direction the meta goes. I think that shuffle in general, for the most part, for most people, will be melee specs. I don't see a cast emitter evolving in shuffle. I just think the majority of players play melee. What else we got? Just Perez or just Dev? I think Dev is in a similar spot to Arcane. They're almost the same kind of thing. I think Dev doesn't enjoy fighting wizards. Does the highest damage of any spec I've seen, even Affliction, into melee. Maybe it's like an asterisk. Like it's like they're actually specs that sit below all these other specs. If it's a wizard meta, they're below, and if it's melees, they're above. But their cleave on Disintegrate is really disgusting. Mage good versus melee because of design, regardless of spec. Maybe. I mean, Arcane feels like it actually isn't just. When I fought against Arcane, it feels bad for multiple reasons. It's not just because you can't hit the mage. The mage is also like making you like. It's also you're just getting obliterated at the same time. I don't know if I feel the same is true of necessarily. I mean, maybe both specs are just like that. Frost and Arcane are both doing the same kind of thing. I'm probably very biased in the caster stuff. I see a lot of better double caster comps and like rogue caster comps than other stuff though. Like if I had one single prediction on the direction I see the game going at this point, I would say AWC right now would be rogue plus one type of wizard, like AF or maybe Moonkin with different specs of rogue or frost mage, and then I think it'll be double caster outside of that. I do see a world where rogue just beats every double caster though, and that forces it to be a rogue, like just rogue X. I'm not sure which wizard's best though. Like so then the question becomes kind of interesting, right? Because if let's say rogue lock beats every combination of wizards and every combination of melee because it's Asa, then the question becomes, does rogue shadow priest beat rogue AF, for example? Or is there like some combination of rogue you can play? Or does rogue hunter beat any affliction lock team? I guess I see rogues. I guess like the other thing is like from a melee standpoint, I'm not as afraid of some of that stuff, but I also feel like yeah. Mage Shadow Priest also seems good, but maybe not into rogues. I mean, I think you just get destroyed by kidney shot and by goes eventually. I don't think Destro and Fire are bad. Well, Fire might be. Destro's not bad, but it's not good enough to stand out. You would rather play Affliction a million times over. So that's kind of what I got. It's mostly shuffle in threes. That's how it looks from my POV, based on just how betas felt. A fair few games, but again, like I've already played the vast majority of my games on either DK or Fury Warrior, or I mean the specs I played are DH, Fury, Ret, although less. Arms a little bit. Both specs of DK, and then like Marks Hunter and Ellie Shaman. So like I've got like a little bit of everything, but when you're on a melee class, you don't like certain wizards. And also it feels like when you play, you're going through lots and lots of different combos, and it feels like certain combos of wizards are very powerful. The thing you don't get to see on beta, and you have to speculate on heavily, is like the rogue comps, because you so rarely you'll get one rogue lobby at night. I mean, H-Priest and Mistweaver may have value in threes. I don't think they bring, like, you would never pick Disc. Like, they don't bring anything over the other healers, in my opinion. Maybe in some niche setup comps you could play Mistweaver, but I'm not even sure the games can finish that way. They just feel substantially behind. They don't have it, like, normally there's a strong difference, especially in normally, at least from what I've seen, Holy is the throughput spec and Disc is the reduction spec. It feels like Disc has everything, including good throughput. Like I've seen Disc out heal so many healers at this point, not even close, right? While it also brings a lot of damage and a lot of reduction at the same time. They're not ordered really. None of these are ordered. Frost DK is good-ish as a buff spec. It's not crazy. I don't have a Blitz one. I haven't done enough Blitz. Yeah, Disc looks incredible to play. I don't know. Disc's crazy. I'm not saying it needs. I'm not saying actually when it comes to healers, I don't think they should actually necessarily nerf any of them. Maybe Prez is like a massive outlier. I'd say they just buff the last, I would say they buff, I think if they buff the bottom three, very small buff to HPEL, and then like decent buffs to the bottom two, I feel like healers could be in a really good place. Well, yeah, I mean, for example, Feral Druids could easily, they're kind of like an Holy, I think if an Holy DK and Feral Druid get hit, and Holy immediately goes to B tier, it doesn't have any mechanics that make it interesting. It's just damage. So Unholy goes to B tier with a single nerf. I think Fury just drops down to A tier if it gets nerfed, and it'll just compete directly with Arms at that point. It still has really strong utility. And then I think Feral is the same thing. Feral is driven by a bug right now. If they nerf their tier set, then they could easily drop down to being like a B tier class as well. No, they do a good amount of tuning. I would expect the majority of the changes to happen right away though. But that's where I see things currently. And again, they're not ordered at all. In terms of casters, like if it was me tuning, maybe Prayers get small enough. These bottom three will get buffs for healers, and then fix the Feral test set and then see where they stand. Honestly, I would love Feral's damage profile to change, and then I would change about Fury. I want to say they've probably gone a bit too far with Rampage, but I'm not completely sure. Rampage is interesting because it's like it's really hidden. Like you get hit 10 times for like 200k, and you take like 2 mil Rampage, but you can't tell. So I'm curious if I would expect they do a small change to that, and then I'm not sure. I'm too biased on Unholy DK. I don't know how they do if they nerf them. I think they made a mistake with how they tune them. They should have like not nerfed Null Magic as hard, and there's a talent they've got through hero talents that is way more disgusting, I think, but we'll see how it plays out, I suppose. And then for Melee, I would buff the bottom 3. I think the bottom 3 definitely help, and then I would leave the A- to. And then for casters, I don't know enough about it. I'm told that the bottom 3 need buffs. I don't know if Destra needs buffs. I think maybe a small buff to Chaos Bolt would be good, probably, for Destra. It doesn't feel like it has the kind of kill pressure that you normally would see from it. Like it doesn't. I feel like Destra is always tied to health pools, right? You expect to get Chaos Bolted for a certain percentage of your health, and if it doesn't like succeed with that, it feels kind of bad. What's Demo need? I think Demo's issue is to do with casting. They have to hard cast. They need an on talent that gives them instant cast something. Like, you know how they had instant dogs? They need something like that. Because they feel like they just have to cast too often. I feel like it's actually fine and does good damage if they lift a free cast. But if they get trained, not ideal. And then BM doesn't do any damage, so BM just needs fucking something. What about Shadow Priest? I think Shadow Priest is fine. I could actually see a world where Shadow Priest does really well. In 3s? I could actually see a world where Shadow Priest does incredibly well. I'm not convinced Shadow Priest will do badly in its current form. I think Shadow Priest could easily be S tier. I think it gets cleaved in Shuffle. I think in 3s, Shadow Priest Rogue sounds great. It doesn't have to hardcast everything. And also they change it so if you kick a Shadow Priest, it's not just one tree now, right? I mean, Enhance's biggest problem is this class here. The biggest issue with Enhance is that Ellie exists. How can you, the real question to Blizzard is how can you differentiate these two specs? Basically, the worse Enhance gets, or the worse Ellie gets, the better Enhance gets. The problem is they literally share the exact same, like the majority of their utility is exactly the same. They both just function around ground, like a combination of ground hex. They're like normal earth grab and cap. Like they have all the same stuff. They both have Team Lust. They both have a similar-ish damage profile, except that Ellie can do it from range while running away. So I'm not completely sure how you differentiate them. Giving Enhance MS? What comps would it enable? I don't actually think Enhance. I think Enhance's kit is too supportive for an MS to help. It would just give you the ability to play. No, I'm not even sure what comp would help you with. You need to put the class with stuns. Who would you get your stuns from? Enhance is a class that is perpetually stuck in cleave in a situation where you can only think about playing one when you're playing cleaves. Oh, I'm sure it would help with Shuffle, yeah. No, you're right. And that's a fair point. Enhanced Demo? Yeah, but Demo already brings the Mortal Strike. I agree with you. But enhanced Mortal Strike wouldn't help though, because Demo already has one. I'm not sure how they fix it. Yeah. Again, I haven't seen enough enhanced to know for sure exactly how it all works. How do they fix Ret? Ret's super easy to fix. If I'm the one designing Ret, I unnerf Wings. So Wings becomes a 20% modifier. It's only 10% damage and 10% crit. But anyway, it's a small change, but it makes you excited about your hero talents. And then I would maybe buff Final Verdict by like 10% or something. That's it. Yeah, I'm not against that change either. But yeah, that's what I would change about Ret, and I think Rets would feel excited about their spec at that point. Did they? Yeah, maybe I'm wrong on Holy Priest. I guess the thing is, on beta, you aren't always gonna get paired with like the literal best at their specs, but occasionally you'll have like a really good Holy Priest, a high rated Holy Priest against like literally fucking Lone Tar playing Disc, and it's super unfair. But that's where my stuff falls, and again with bias against casters, basically. So rather than like trying to figure out how to get through that, I'm just like, I played a lot of melee, so I play against those and I don't like those. But that's what I got. And again, Wex, everybody thing with the resub, the tier 372 month resub. So thing with the 4-month resub, Anonymous thing with the 57 gifted subs, and Thunder thing with the 25 gifted subs as well. Oh, I'm sure a bunch of those get nerfed. I mean, interestingly, if they gave MS to Enhancement Shaman, you could play with a Frosty Care, which actually has been a good comp before. But I don't know if, yeah, doesn't sound bad. Windwalker so low? Yeah, it's fine for Shovel. I mean, it's not low. They're just not like usually the differentiating effect in the lobby. There's lots and lots that goes into like, if you like constructing a lobby, occasionally Windwalker will be the dominant factor in that lobby. Occasionally. But it generally requires no other mortal strikes and stuff, right? And like a lobby where they can also have pretty long games. I couldn't tell you on the specifics of like whether it's easy to climb, you know, with one or the other. They both offer different things. I think DK, like Unholy right now, will have a lot of good lobbies, especially when you're against. You basically have to test healers throughput, as Unholy a lot more. Yeah, I mean, giving Enhanced MS would, I don't know. Their kit just lacks a lot, I guess. Like Wizards get away with that because they aren't in melee, but their kit is like missing stuns. Melee classes need that. Like MS classes almost all bring the same thing. Every MS class that exists in this game that is melee has 2 stuns. except for Windwalker that is 1. The other 3 are all, I guess the other 6 or 5 are all designed the same way. I actually think DKs were overtuned last season. I would say that DKs last season were, I mean, I don't know if they were that bad. I didn't get a chance to do stuff, and I think Pekik was definitely in range, but I think didn't get it for whatever reason. It felt pretty powerful when we played it. We didn't get a chance to play at the end of the season with team and stuff, but they were overtuned in terms of damage for sure. Like that was an example of Death Knights consistently having 30% more than everyone else in the lobby, more or less. They were well tuned. I wouldn't say Unholy and Frost look best of the melee classes. I have a feeling it's going to be like Fury Warrior as the most consistent. I think Fury actually will probably be very, very dominant. I think there are lots of wizard comps that can bully melee comps. I think that at the top level, the competition will be between rogue comps and wizard comps. I'm not sure who wins. And I'm not sure how Ellie fits into that either. Like, does rogue Ellie beat? Like, who wins? Maybe someone can answer this. Out of Af Rogue and Ellie Rogue, who wins? Ellie Rogue's interesting, right? See, look at that. Look how divided that is. I'm actually curious. I don't know who wins that. Ellie can definitely like spam decurse and like ground super sick against them, and obviously team loss is sick, or like the ability to like just be tanky. No, Rogue's not bad. That was initial shuffle stuff. They were just bigger allies than Rogues to begin with. Keep in mind that AF damage is more single target than it was, but it is casted, so like ground has full effect, and so does share. Yeah, I mean, AF when they have their procs do 1.6 mil, like it's very similar, but Ellie can do 1.7 million Earth Shocks back to back. That's true, Diva. Yeah, Ellie could just die as well, 100%. I mean, I think there's a lot that goes into, like, from their point of view, there are so many specs to balance around. In the past, we think of like a good expansion, a good patch of the of any given expansion, right? Pick your favorite. If it's before Legion, most specs just weren't viable in PvP at all. Like you just had your one spec you could play for the most part. Yeah, I've heard that Enhancer's doing pretty well in PvE. Either way, if the Ellie is Jamie, Ellie Rogue wins. But what if it's literally Jamie, Who was Jamie playing with? Which rogue was Jamie playing with? Apparently, like, he played in a couple teams. He was playing Brunhilde. I wasn't sure if he was playing with Brunhilde because wasn't Jamie on MVQ's team before that? Did he go to Brunhilde for the last part? Anyway, let's say it's Jamie Brunhilde versus fucking Waz Chan. Who wins? Waz Chan? Yeah, it's tough. The 31 maybe can pick kick. It's interesting because it's US ping. Hey, Glenn. What's it? Jamie wins? Jamie's done very, very well on here. But I just don't know if you get... Like, I feel like at a certain point, it's possible. I mean, I'm not sure which class is squishy yet, to be honest, as well. It's a matchup I haven't seen. I obviously I could never see that matchup, right? Unless I play an Ellie and I get exactly that lobby, you can't ever see it. You need to have two. You need to have two rogues in the same lobby. So basically, like it's a completely speculative thing. But I actually think that could be, and I guess we add into that if you want to add in a third competitor in like Theorycraft, how Shadow Priest rogue does into those two comps as well. Shadow Priest rogue has like if you're playing Asa, for example, with that, has better setup than the other two comps. Basically, with the kidney shot from Asa, like if Asa rogue is OP, Shadow Priest has really good setup CC for goes, right? You just have stun silence on healer interfere while your rogue does a kidney and you do a go on someone. So it's interesting. I mean, I feel like Shadow Priest can do pretty well. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of people haven't been playing. I don't think Wiz has been playing a ton on beta. Envian's done well with it, but it gets cleaved. But obviously, we're not talking about cleave in this case. We're talking about like surviving rogue, like lock and stuff. But yeah, while everyone's distracted by shuffle, I think the meta and threes will be quite different. I think if sub is stronger for a comp like Shadow Priest, I don't think Shadow Priest rogue is that good. Because the Shadow Priest value goes way down, right? Maybe they're better at killing healers or something. But I feel like you don't need the Shadow Priest CC as much. I feel like Asa rogue needs that CC. I mean, I don't think Death Knight's bad into it. I don't think DHDK is good though. I would be way more curious to see DK Rogue. DK Rogue is a fairer fight. I'm like super convinced it's a Rogue meta, by the way. I mean, Fury DK is pretty better too, but I think DK Rogue sounds better than Fury DK. You need Rogue CC. Well, it's just Rogue DK is literally the same as playing with the Fury Warrior, except you actually have CC for the healer and Smoke Bomb, and also you like group people up. Although that doesn't work as well against Rogue. I mean, I don't expect it to be Mage Rogue, but into non-Mage Rogue, there's a chance at cleave. I mean, I don't think that people right now are focused on Rogue X as being the comps. I think everyone's focused on the things that are S tier and shuffle with unstructured games. Don't you play the Shadow Priest instead of Warlock? I mean, typically, at least in terms of like how things shook down on NA season 1 of Dragonflight, which is kind of funny because we're at that point sort of now again, almost, where everyone's focused on that stuff. It's your goes, right? Does Locke have a good way to set up goes with a like kidney shot? If you're dampening, I imagine Locke's better at that, but unless you're able to consistently get a fail with your kidney or a coil with your kidney, having like just Psychikara into silence into fear, or silence into stun into fear from Priest while your Rogue kidneys is obviously pretty clean if it's Asa, right? Specifically. Yeah, if you can just, if the game can just time out, for sure. I figured it was Rogue meta. Same as last time. Wait, I thought people said the games were slow. People yesterday said the games were slow. Well, design of Asa got changed last expansion to being like unbelievable cleave, but I'm not sure. Are you playing Asa or is it sub or Asa? I'm pretty sure it's an Outlaw. I don't think Outlaw's designed that way. Yeah, games are fast in season 1 too, but it was just set up CC. Like it's annoying, I think, to deal with. I also feel like, is it actually Prez that people are playing? I guess in short games, Prez could be pretty insane. I know at the start everyone's like, Prez is disgusting, but I kind of feel like it's disc. I have a feeling it's disc. I haven't seen Euro games though. Yeah, okay, so it's disc. That's what I thought. Hate to DL that, but he's so close to dying. It's alright. I mean, I'll probably do a lot more there, I think. Mr. Rogue? Oh, there he is. He already faded. Cranium. Moving out of that. Did I get lucky? Didn't, I guess. Was I had to use this early. No choice. Just need enough time to win. I got no idea of beating Asterix in duels. I haven't really done any dueling on now. Did I kick Penance? How did he recast his Penance? Is that a thing? I just kicked Penance and he's repenance out of my kick. Still worry I might die. This is kind of annoying getting CC to never go. Priest has won every round so far. It's both Priests have won every round so far. Does Tranquil? I don't think it heals too much. Not like a notice one, it just heals for more than 0, I guess. Seems playing team showing up.
Show me a different way. I'm not afraid to let my guard down.
Grab mana lost this.
I was walking in the dark until you came and turned the light on. And I don't wanna take the rain without the clear skies. And I don't wanna take the pain without the love. I know you had to break a heart to start the healing. I know I'll never give you up, give you
Right next to the one at 30 go. Let's see what we can actually get pressure on this. Purple. Not ideal, actually. So quick because I have to wait so long to do my next go. I guess I'm starting it now. Not the fair on the go, man. We actually top down this lobby by a little bit. The spec for, yeah, I played a ton of Deathbringer already. Deathbringer is fine, yeah. I wanted to test out the differences with the spec and stuff and kind of get a feel for it. It's weird in terms of your damage breakdown, because I guess Frost Strike actually has two modifiers, right? You get 10% from Hungering Thirst and you get 20% from Feast of Souls. I wonder if Shattered Frost for that opener is kind of insane. Not sure what I'd drop for it though. I guess Long Winter goes. I personally prefer Unholy, by quite a bit. What do you mean by that? They changed it today to scale with Mastery. Do you mean like your pets damage themselves? That was the change they made today to make it scale with Mastery. It was announced, yeah. They made a little mini hotfix specifically to make Raido scale with Mastery. For Frost at least. I guess it already did scale for Unholy. Well, the pets are tuned their own way. They're just pets, right? How's Frost work? Runes are on Obliterate pretty much for the like vast majority of your runes, and I don't know. It's like a ghost spec, I suppose. A weird ghost spec. But like you're missing a lot of damage from that. I suspect that they aren't trying to buff the value of their autos and stuff, I guess. They just wanted to buff like Undeath and Icy Fury, which were the things that you control, right? They wanted to buff your agency, not the random NPC BM hunter agency. I just took it to believe that they wanted to make the spec feel, yeah, but that stuff's all tuned. Like the amount of damage they auto for, like they can buff that if they want to, because it's just random damage. Wow, yeah. As a healer, yeah, Pillar of Frost is the part with them most deadly, depending on their build or Reaper. This expansion, most Frost AKs will probably function around Reaper's Mark as well, which is from Deathbringer later on. Again, thank you so much to Wexo for the resub. So Serps for the 4-month resub, Anonymous for 57 gifted subs today, and also Thunder for 25 gifted subs today. We are extremely lucky to be around. And Cookie for the 42-month resub. Do we send one more Feral lobby for the road, Cookie? Is that the player? Despite not having actual keybinds? I actually can do it at the same time. You may not see it again. You actually statistically probably will not see it again. You're more likely to see Resto. You consider questionable things, that Clink. Not sure what that means. Is it not working, man? No Donnie T? Right, I personally, I gotta fix that for tomorrow. They might have silenced him. But I mean, it happened the other day. I think it's when I turn my computer on, if I don't have it'll like properly set up. I don't know. It probably fixes. Right. Maybe if I hit refresh on this page. It was working yesterday, no problem, right? I'll make sure it's fixed for tomorrow. Can't silence Donnie T like that. It's kind of fucked up. I personally enjoy Donnie T dropping in every day, you know? Wait, is your birthday today, Moses? Happy birthday, buddy. Yeah, personally, I think leveling just doesn't really matter what you do. DH is dead, it's over. MVQ, I was telling you that forever ago, man, but it's a rogue meta, so good luck. They fucked it? What did they do? They changed it? Reavis lives on DC now. They changed that today? But there's no way that that's the only thing. Like, how is that everything? How does that? Bro, there's no way that's because of Reavis Glaive, man. That's just because it's a rogue meta. You can't blame Reavis Glaive, man. What the fuck? Bro, you still have all the same damage, man. You're just against a rogue and probably an affliction lock. And it was probably against a disc priest, which obviously like immunes everything. I think Blitz will be very fine. I think a lot of people care about Blitz, actually. Press 4 globals before you can do any damage. Rogue stuns you on Ozo. I mean, yeah. They ain't nerfing rogues again, man. We gotta buy our, what is it? What's half a century? Wait, not half a century. But like, is it? By decade? How do you even say that in the thing? By decadely change? By centennial change. That's it's like every 50 years. Change to Asarogue. And now I was looking at the sub to Donnie T, man. Is there a picture of... There is not. That's someone else. Thank you very much for that, buddy. It could, well, I mean, they'll both be the same thing. It could actually be, it could be once a year. It could be once every 10 years. It could be once every 20 years. With rogues, there's almost no difference. They haven't changed kidney shot since the game started. That's the first change. So it starts now technically once every 24 years, every 20 years. Every 20 years, once every 20 years, they change kidney shot. I don't think there are many comps that you're going to be afraid of. You know what I would like to see? And also it's up to nerf DH LOL. They, you know what, they have taken that on and they have actually already done that. Donnie T may have been involved in that too. I would like to see Rogue Fury. I think or Rogue DH, but I feel like Rogue Fury sounds way better. I feel like Rogue Fury could actually do some pretty disgusting things, like a Fury Warrior with like a sub rogue, just CCing the fuck out of the healer while you do your stuff. By Fury, not Outlaw. Fury damage is way higher than Outlaw damage. I think Fury's good at cleaving. Outlaw damage is, or sorry, I think Outlaw is good at cleaving. I think that Fury damage is super, like very, very single target. Want to play Fury Outlaw? I think sub has more control, does it not? And you also get like the extra little tools to work with. Namely Shadowy Duel, I guess. Maybe Outlaw has a similar like amount of control. Yeah, I mean, the thing is though, that's actually a big nerf to them, Trader. Only having 3 viable specs. They actually had 4 viable specs in Dragonflight, because they had the 1 dance spec for sub and the 2 dance spec. So technically it was 4 specs at once. I mean,
yes, everyone is taking it, bro. Everyone is taking it. Everyone is taking it. Look at my damage.
yeah.
I did 1 million DPS, chat. The Wad Azeroth doing 1 mil. I stun heal.
Well, that's the thing, right? This is why S is so fucked up with their current kit, and there's not going to be a change to that. Once they connect to a dragon, they just cleave all the damage off the dragon onto everyone else. And it's just a bloodbath at that point. The moment, like, what do you do? From your POV, is Chan in there too? Where's Chan at? Oh, Chan's right next. How did Chan get involved in this? Yeah, no, I'm looking to see where Chan is in this picture. He's the purple icon right in front of us. How did Chan get on top of the healer? I guess the healer jumped in to heal, and then you just have 5 people on top of each other. It's a really shit situation. You know what's interesting? The only way we could deal with this matchup, we played against, like last season, we played against Asa X, and our only solution was to run out their healer. Did you try that? Only so I don't think you do it with a dragon though. Actually, the only thing you can do is run out the healer, because it actually spreads out people a little bit. But I guess your healer runs at you no matter what. Yeah, if you didn't have a dragon healer, it might work. But the only thing we could do as Rogue DK was run out healer. Well, we lose instantly to cleave, because Astrog is just too crazy. If they can hit, whichever Rogue team attacks healer wins instantly. Because of how their damaged funnels. We'll see. I mean, that Astrog designs existed forever. I'm not sure how they fix it. There's actually no way to fix that. I don't think. I think you just don't play the dragon healer in that situation. We're going in. Although I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure what heal you play with. Is it just disc? Disc doesn't sound good though with that, does it? Maybe it's disc. Disc also has fucked up reduction. I don't know. I swear I do 30% less damage into disc teams, just because of like how their reduction works. We are a little bit stunned here. Actually, a lot stunned here. Oh, hello. Oh shit! It was going good. What happened to that rogue over there? Like 1 HP. Oh, he's dying. Fury role playing. Wait, this is fucking MVQ, man. Oh shit. Damage God X. I really hate to DIR everyone like this, man. I feel very bad about it. Actually, I don't feel that bad about it, but I feel kind of bad about it. I mean, it feels fine because it's Acerog. Oh, he's found out he's a Fury Warrior, man. At the worst possible time, he's realized he doesn't have to attack the other guy. He can just attack me. He's bathing in the smoke bomb too. There's like a DR kidney, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna stay in this bomb and kill you inside the bomb instead. Well, it was a perfect cleave scenario for the rogue. The rogue was hitting 3 targets and also Unholy Decay pets and stuff too. So it was just like the dream. It's not really like necessarily much of a statement on rogue as much as just the situation they're in. Oh! Honestly, I didn't target MVQ one single time, man. Wait, can someone explain my damage on this? How did Remorse do that much damage? How does Remorse do 2 million damage? How does... What? A single cast of Remorse did 2 mil? Is that what happened? You actually did that. Oh, damn it. He actually did intervene the touch and die. That's fucking hilarious. The classic trinket bubble, man. We gotta live though. More than ever, we have to live, man. Find a way. They're all getting stunned back to back. But he goes straight back to him. Intervene the touch, okay? I'm gonna let you deal with that. It worked really well last time. Oh! It's deathmark and everything. We said, and was there a touch death? There was no touch, so that's good. He couldn't have done it. I mean, that was the rogue Squallons that killed me. Knockout's Wandy, man. And Baldman X. Oh, I'm just dead, man. I'm using every cooldown. I don't have more cooldowns to press. I'm gonna be honest, I have no more cooldowns to press, man. I haven't pressed any offensive cooldowns yet. The Shaman is legit AFK. There he is. God damn it, MVQ, man. What the fuck is this fair? I will grip him back in. I'm gonna wait. I haven't pressed a single button yet. I don't care. You know why? Because now I'm pressing the button, man. Don't disarm me. Please. Masking nicely. Oh. Mr. Rogue disarms me? I just want a horse away, man. I'm on a horse. No, wait, I got killed from here, man. That's not, that is not, it's against regulation to kill me from that far away as a Fury Warrior. Oh, Sudden Wise did it. Or in this round, I can certainly play. So you can kind of see in this case that everyone's a mixture of 2 and 3. It's just it's what you call a clown show lobby. Everyone's dying. This round I'm unkillable though. If we're hoping that our healer is strong and heals a lot, please heal a lot. Oh shit. I have to descend it, man. I have no time left. God damn it, man. Oh, my debuff's gone. You death marks. Now I want to mention, we still have Blessing and Protection. Anytime that you see it is necessary, you can Blessing and Protection me to reduce my damage taken by 100% into both of these classes. 100. It's a good number. Oh, there it is. Okay, we're very happy with that. Oh, it's pain, man. It's so much pain. It's so much pain. We did Death Strike plenty of times. It's on 2 seconds. I don't know if I was living that one at that point. The first go, I mean, I'd already sustained my entire health bar times 2 before the game even started, before like we'd even gotten towards. DS isn't doing shit. I was playing Bloodforged, but they also don't stack like that. It's a 36% MS or it's the 25% MS. So like when the Fury MS falls off, it just takes over with the other one while it's stacking up. I mean, Deathstar doesn't heal for much. No. I pressed 11 of them. And the biggest one healed for 800k. I was spamming I mean, you have to spam it with that talent, unfortunately. But now DH is I don't know. The problem I have with DH is the same as I have is with Ret. They have the exact same issue. There's just no reason to play. Like, you would like anytime a spec would rather play the previous expansion, you know there's a problem, right? Like, I feel like as a DH you would rather play Dragonflight. Your damage profile, like you are playing your hero talents as DH right now are supposed to buff your blade dance. You get like one big blade dance, one big and then the cast strike's like a mechanic, right? But it hits for so much less, even with the hero talent, than last expansion. So why bother? The thing everyone sleeps on with Fury though as well is I'm pretty sure Rampage hits for 2 mil, but no one notices it. Like Rampage sporadically can hit extremely hard. It's like it's a million different small numbers. Are you one mode on or off? Oh, that's true as well. They lost the, yeah. I mean, DH doesn't feel as good as it did for the entirety of Dragonflight, which is tragic. What are we doing, Boltman X? Look, I'm not saying, I'm just saying like from the POV of the DH. Are you testing Prot right now? There's no fucking way you're testing Prot right now, man. What is wrong with you? Are you testing Prot right now? What are you testing? Oh, you're playing Fury, because I see Bloody Rampage. I mean, look at Boldman X over here, man. He literally immediately re-rolled. You actually are bold too. Commitment to the name. Read say. I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't have say on. Bro, do I have say on? I don't have say on. How do you even turn that off? Wait, can you type now? I had say turned off, and I'm not sure how. Oh, you need to attack into it. Okay. Yeah, I got you. I'll wait until I see it. I think it all went through. Didn't it? I was seeing numbers. At best, it'll only be a bit of reduction. I'm in a shuffle, by the way. Immediately, I'm out of there. Enjoy Elwyn, man. That's what you get for winning. It's me and fucking Stalin Gamer in here as well. I see absorbs of 30% on those hits. No, wait, no. Do I? That's on me from Permafrost, which I'm playing for whatever reason. Man, Permafrost must have done I was playing Permafrost that last game. Oh, damn it, man. Look at this thing. It averages 8K. We gotta unspec that shit right now. Permafrost. Very not good. He seems injured. Oh, he's supposed to get bitten. Wasn't me. Take no responsibility for that. Oh, it's probably 2100 or so. 2130 on this one. We're testing out Frost. My other one is higher. I've got a few like characters at 23-ish. Those are good times, Quink, by the way. Bro, I wonder how much shit I've actually missed on this character on beta. I wonder if all my characters have to say turned off. I wonder if I turned my characters on retail off too. Yeah. By playing, you hadn't. That was a good time for everyone, man. I don't know what you're saying. Oh shit, he got kicked. It does nothing, man. Don't trust it. They're all lies. Damn it. Oh no. I actually lived, you know why we lived there? Gift of the Naru, man. Oh shit, maybe not for that long though. That actually saved us though. Oh, maybe not him though. Oh. They've decided to go for Mesdra. Oh, here we go. Bubble, right? Nice. All right, that's what we needed. Bubble and wool. And bop. The team has been stunned, man. Is he dead? Yes, he is. Death strikes for DK, probably Darkhand's most consistent, especially if you're going to an Asa meta, like an Asurg meta, which seems possible, I suppose. Darkhand's like, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really matter either, I guess. But this might work. This might just work, man. It's a good idea, I swear. That was a terrible idea. Didn't work at all. Terrible idea. I don't think I get chomped. I'm getting kind of chomped though. Big CC. I feel like Chill Streak actually really nice, We're out of good ways to live. I have Lich Up. That is my only real defense left. You have Dragon. He has Ult Pen. Alright, we got the ult in here. Literally one. We win right now. Oh, we get CC'd here. We're sad about it. We get re-CC'd here. Still sad about it. Wait, that's good. Need that. Oh, the rip. He's dead. There's so much more. We have Strang off too. Yeah, I was wondering why all the times I played melee classes and I played with rogues, it felt good. And then I realized it's just a rogue meta, man. It's just the game. So dead. Think about Healthstone either. Look at that. Yes, into blind, into stun, potentially. Live 30 seconds somehow. Need a miracle, but 30 seconds, man. That's all we need. It's not that long. If you think about it. Did not happen. Very unfortunate. Anonymous gets up to free Donny T, and you know what? I think I know why Donny T is currently not free, and it's got to be something to do with when I turn my PC on. Like if I don't have the sound turned on, it like I had to change some stuff, and I don't quite know how that works. I'm sad about it, honestly. I personally appreciate Donny T dropping by every day. One of the highlights of my day. It's just the emote on a. It's honestly just Cookie using the like AI voice. To be honest, it's not political at all. Exactly. It does a surprisingly good job at impersonating his voice, though. It's crazy. I'm trying it out. It doesn't feel overall better. It has moments. It has potential. It's playable for sure. Okay, guys, I need to AFK for 1 sec. Thank you guys again very much for watching. I'm only around for like 30, 40, for like 50 minutes today or so. Because I want to wake up early. I want to be on well before the expansion launches if I can. Is the plan. But yeah, give me 1 sec. Thank you again to Anonymous for 3 gifted subs and 57, so 60 subs. Anonymous with 60 subs today. Wex with the tier 3 resub. So with the 4-month resub. Thunder with 25 gifted subs as well. I'll be back in 1 sec, guys. Thanks for watching. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. So we're here for I've taken melatonin to fall asleep. So I should hopefully be tired in the next 10, 20 minutes. But I'm gonna stay around for another like 45 or so. I'm gonna wait until I'm actually tired before we go. Early access is unfortunate is how they've been doing things the last little bit. They are a shame, you know, ethically. Have they done? Oh, they did an illusion in Shadowlands, right? The Wraith thing was that? Yeah, it was the Shadowlands pre-orders that got that. I'm playing both. We're playing Frost right now to try it out before servers go down, or before I head off, and we kind of commit. But no, we'll do a game on Miss Feral. We will 100% do a game on Miss Feral for Donny T, man. This is what we're prioritizing. We will wait for this queue to pop. How's HBL looking? It is not super good. It's not bad either, but it's just kind of not an outlier on here, I suppose. I mean, I feel like I have to do this. But I will wait for Donny T's one, or for Azrael's one next. We're getting some Holy Death Knight, yeah. Exactly. It's not bad, but it's just not out like compared to the... Are you serious?
Mortals, I present a lucrative opportunity for those who prove themselves worthy of the task. Many in the cartel are wagering on who are the greatest.
We tried everything we could, but you know it's never that easy. I tried in every way to let you know. My feelings always get in the way. You know, 'cause you can see through me. I tried but never got far enough. I'd do anything to have you back again. I would risk my life for you. Yeah, I do it. I do anything. 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 I do it. I do it. I do it. I do it. I would.
I'm not even sure if Prez is the best healer. Like maybe in Shuffle. Like Prez is always weird because it's kind of like the Death Knight of healers. It needs to take more damage, which makes it do more healing, but it needs to do more healing because it takes more damage.
We tried everything we could, but you know it's never that easy. I tried in every way to let you know. My feelings
Oh, he's kicked. Get him.
'cause you can see through me.
I mean, I think Disc doesn't have to take more. Disc does considerable healing, but wait, Disc does good healing. Oh wait, are we serious right now? After one single loss, man? Should have taken Miss Feral's Q, man. What'll she play? You should play a Night Fae prop paladin. that an option, Clink? I mean, I will probably level my druid. Wolfen launches in like 8 hours. Just under 8 hours now. I'm correct on that, right? You should play Blood DK, Clint. You like the prospects, don't you? I don't think that I will, Clint. I'm not sure if I'm a healer, man. Sunny looked at sub. Thank you so much, Sunny buddy. Take a break. Yeah, I've actually I took some melatonin to fall asleep, and it's kicking in now a little bit. I took about 25 minutes ago, so it's actually done a good amount of work getting me tired. I want to do a shuffle on my feral though. We're gonna do a shuffle on Ms. Feral before we start for today, at the very least, and then we'll sleep before. Oh, I don't think I promised to level it first, but I will level it. Promise, man. I think I'll level 10 characters. Maybe, maybe not. Is it really silly? Well, then people have no early access modes. No. You just can't go to the new zones. It won't flag your character. Just like if you played without the game version as is. You'll like if you don't have an expansion and you buy game time, you don't get access to those zones. So you just won't be able to go to the new zones. That's basically all. So you can keep playing as normal. Nothing will change. Yeah, so your 4 set's bugged for Feral. From what I can see. What that means is every test set in PvP is supposed to be nerfed by 50%. Many that I've tested, all of the ones that I've tested, are nerfed by 50% in PvP. But this Feral one, if you look at it on Wowhead, basically in Arena, it doesn't change. If I attack this PvP dummy, it doesn't change. 15% stacking up to 3 times. It's supposed to say 7.5% or 7% stacking up to 3 times, but it says 15%. And then in Arena, it says 15%. And then when you look on Wowhead, it doesn't have a PvP mod on it. So I just forgot to nerf it. It's funny because I actually feel like Feral's had the same problem at a different point in Dragonflight, but they just forgot to flag it. DH has also had that bug. They didn't flag certain parts of it. It's not a Tiltapera. If you look on Wowhead and you look to see if it's flagged to be a 0.5 in PvP, it's not. Other tests have 0.5 as a modifier in PvP on them. This one just isn't flagged. More like an oversight than a bug, I suppose, but yeah. Yeah, it's not a priority exactly. Pharaoh's not going to seem crazy until they force it, I think. More than 2 weeks, I think, right? It's time, man.
charm. Take a breather, I know you need it. Give me your heart, I wanna make you sure I'm the reason to rest up here. If you don't linger enough, you'll be a stranger, baby. So come get to know me.
There we go.
Don't be a stranger.
The good news is there's only one play class. The bad news is I don't know what my buttons are, so we're gonna just be going in, pressing random buttons and seeing if we can bite anyone's head off. I think we should try and kill this druid personally, but we'll see. It's triple stealth. Oh, kind of triple stealth. Kind of should wait though. I think I should wait for Druid. Mr. Druid? Oh. This is a Bitgram. You bite. Oh, it's a big bite. I just hit that bite for 1.3 mil. We actually did bite as well. Not quite off, but it's gone. Okay, this one. Uh-oh. Shit. Currently, we're just healing. I'd like to play the game at some point. Alright, we're trying to play the game. I haven't actually pressed buttons yet. Oh, they're giant bites, man. We're holding him. We're also getting hand deleted.
Pulling you out now,
There's a new trailer?
feeding your own mind. As we're caught in a landslide of what we had.
Where is it?
Everything's the same now. Come on, you can give it to me. This
Powers with him?
blind force that becomes the enemy. Causes to explain it. Never gonna get so far. Now as I say goodbye, tell me was you still alive?
They just killed the healer in the opener, man.
Was you still alive? Was you still Everything's the same now. Here you can give it to me. This is where the line cross that becomes the enemy. Causes to explain it. Never gonna get so far. Now as I say goodbye, tell me was you
Maybe asking us?
Everything's the same now. Come on, you can give it to me. This is where the line cross that becomes the enemy. Causes to explain it. Never gonna get
Surprised we died though. We're kiting for a while. Lovely whites though. So I was supposed to shift out and to not make it awkward. Oh, 2.3 mil. That was a big bite. He's trinketed. Oh! We're gonna win the last one, man. Don't worry. Something like that. What did I do, dude? I'm not sure. Mr. Druid. Mr. Druid. Oh, we're doing it, man. We bit him, man. We unfortunately bit him right in the head. Oh shit, Sol. It's actually kind of fucked up, Sol. You immediately see the moment it's like it summons you, man. The moment I go and kill Arrested, dude, there you are. Wait, I literally am swimming through the air. I'll play. I mean, I actually like enjoyed Feral. I just have to get used to it. Wait, should Mesferel die? Hang on. Seeing as Mesferel is being logged off forever. If we land this, there's like a pretty high chance we survive this. Hang on. Are we living this? Unless, oh shit, no we're not. No, we won that. That was a tied lobby. My character's just dead at the creation screen. That's kind of fucked up. All right, chap. I am actually crazy tired now. Like I am struggling. These your top 4? Well, I mean, doesn't make sense. I've just had a whole. I've got a melatonin, man. We're tired. I want to be up in time for the service to come up. That seems like a terrible idea. All right, Thank you guys for watching. Thank you so much to Sunny for the gifted subs. Sunny for 8 gifted subs this week. Anonymous for 60 gifted subs today, which is also top of the week. Wex for the tier 3 72-month resub. Cookie for the 42-month resub. Sir for the 4-month resub. Thunder for 25 gifted subs today. Chuck for the host. Babe for the 42-month resub. Radjic for the 18-month resub. Cool for the 16-month resub. Somebody for the indecisive Drew for the $6.09 donation. Axiom for the 17-month resub. Habaneros for the new Twitch Prime. Sunny for 2 more gifted subs. And all of you guys for watching. I'll be on... I'm hoping to be on an hour before servers come up. So we're going to try and get like 5-6 hours of sleep. I will see you guys very, very soon. I'm very excited about today. That'll be fun. Good night, guys. Thanks for being here. Thank you again to Anonymous for 1 trillion subs and Thunder for 1 trillion subs as well.